Hello everyone, and welcome back to Mr. Sleepy Crime. I know many of you enjoy listening to these stories as you fall asleep. So before you drift off, I'd love for you to leave a comment letting me know where in the world you're tuning in from. And if you're enjoying the story, don't forget to like and subscribe. It really helps the channel grow. Before we begin, I want to acknowledge that this story involves real people and real tragedies. We tell these stories not for entertainment, but to remember the victims and perhaps help others recognize the warning signs that could prevent similar tragedies. For the best experience, feel free to lower the volume a little, just enough to let the story gently carry you off to sleep. Alright, please get comfortable, dim the lights, and let's dive into tonight's first story. Tonight, we're going to explore a story from the warm nights of Florida, where dreams were built and shattered in equal measure. This is a tale of ambition and betrayal, of love turned dark, and of a woman who fought so hard to rise above her circumstances, only to have it all taken away in the quiet hours before dawn. Let the gentle rhythm of this story carry you towards sleep. There's no need to hold on to every detail. Just listen and let your mind drift as we walk through the life and loss of Makeva Jenkins. In the summer heat of Belle Glade, Florida, on the 9th of August, 1983, a baby girl entered the world. Her name was Makeva Sekenya Harold, and from the very beginning she carried something special within her. Something bright, something determined. Belle Glade sits on the southeastern shore of Lake Okeechobee, a place where sugarcane fields stretch toward distant horizons and hard work is woven into the fabric of daily life. It's a community where everyone knows everyone, where church on Sunday matters, and where children are raised with firm hands and high expectations. Makeva was raised by her grandmother, a woman who understood that life wouldn't hand her granddaughter anything she didn't earn. The household was strict but loving, structured but warm. Her aunt, Sabrina Yarnes, would later recall how Makeva was special from her very first breath. There was an aura about her, a light that drew people in. As she grew, that light only intensified. In high school, Makeva became the kind of young woman everyone noticed. She wasn't just popular because she was pretty or charming. Though she was both those things, she was popular because she genuinely cared about people. She listened when others spoke, she celebrated their victories and mourned their losses. Her grandmother's lessons had taken root deep within her. Good grades weren't optional in their household. They were mandatory, and Makeva delivered, studying late into the night by lamplight, determined to build something more than what she'd been given. She was elected homecoming queen, surrounded always by friends. But even in the midst of that teenage social whirlwind, she kept her eyes fixed on a horizon beyond Belle Glade. Education was her ticket out, her key to a different kind of life. After graduating from Glade Central High School, Makeva packed her dreams and headed to the University of South Florida. She was going to make something of herself. She was going to prove that a girl from Belle Glade could rise as high as anyone. But life, as it often does, had other plans. During her freshman year, Makeva discovered she was pregnant. For many young women, this would have been the end of their educational dreams. The statistics were not in her favor. Single mothers dropping out of college to work minimum wage jobs. This was the expected narrative. But Makeva wasn't interested in expected narratives. She gave birth to her daughter, Shania. And somehow, through determination that bordered on superhuman, she stayed in school. She balanced motherhood with coursework, changing diapers between study sessions, soothing a crying infant while memorizing notes for exams. Her brother, Quay Greer, would later remember how inseparable Makeva and Shania were. They weren't just mother and daughter. They were best buddies, partners in the adventure of life. And Makeva didn't just finish her undergraduate degree. She went further. She pursued a master's degree in social work from Barry University, graduating in 2009. Education, hard work, sacrifice. These were the pillars of her world, and she refused to let anything knock them down. With her degrees in hand and her young daughter by her side, Makeva began to build. She started small, the way most entrepreneurs do. A party design company called Creative Party Designing, founded in 2007. It operated for several years before she closed it. learning lessons from both its successes and its eventual end. She founded the Mekethava Herald Foundation in 2009, dedicated to providing social services to her community. For 3 years, she poured herself into helping others, understanding that her success meant nothing if she couldn't lift others up alongside her. But by 2012, that foundation too had closed its doors. Some might have seen these closures as failures. Mekethava saw them as education. Each venture taught her something. Each ending led to a new beginning. She worked as a life coach, helping at-risk youth find their paths. She absorbed everything she could about business, about helping people, about the delicate art of turning dreams into reality. And then, finally, she found her calling, the Prime Enterprise Group, a business consulting firm that specialized in one crucial thing: helping other entrepreneurs create effective business plans. Mekethava had learned firsthand how difficult it was to turn an idea into a functioning business. She'd seen the pitfalls, the blind spots, the 1,000 small mistakes that could sink a dream before it even set sail. Now she would help others navigate those treacherous waters. She posted motivational videos on social media, her face bright with genuine passion. "Don't give up on your dreams," she would say, speaking directly into the camera. Her voice warm and encouraging. "Remember why you became an entrepreneur or business owner in the first place and make it a great day." These weren't empty platitudes from someone who'd never struggled. These were hard-won truths from a woman who'd been homeless, who'd slept in her car with her young daughter, who'd known the particular terror of not knowing where the next meal would come from. The years 2013 and 2014 had been the darkest of her life. Despite her education, despite her drive, she'd found herself without a home, without stability, living out of her vehicle with Shania. The shame of it, the fear, the desperate determination to hide their situation from friends and family who might judge, who might bite, who might try to take Shania away. But Mekethava had clawed her way back. By 2015, she'd hit the 6-figure mark. By 2017, she was making multiple 6 figures. The Prime Enterprise Group was thriving. She'd bought a new Chevrolet Malibu. She'd moved into an upscale home in a good neighborhood near Lantana. The American dream, earned through blood, sweat, and an unbreakable will. But there was still something missing. Mekethava wanted what so many people want: love, partnership, a complete family for Shania. She wanted to be more than just a successful businesswoman and devoted mother. She wanted to be a wife. On New Year's Eve of 2009, while the rest of the world counted down to a fresh start, Mekethava walked into a church celebration. She was there for worship, for fellowship, for the quiet joy of beginning a new year in faith. She wasn't looking for romance. And then she saw him. Yuri Jenkins was 23 years old, the son of a pastor with the kind of smile that could light up a room. He was a barber by trade, skilled with his hands, comfortable in his own skin. When Mekethava looked at him across that church hall, something shifted inside her chest. Her friend Kimberly Wilson remembered how Mekethava's face transformed when she talked about meeting Yuri. The biggest smile, Kimberly said, pure joy radiating from her like warmth from a fire. Mekethava didn't say anything to him that night. She was cautious, careful, not wanting to rush into anything. But the image of him stayed with her through 2010, and when they finally did connect, it felt like fate. They talked, they laughed, they shared their dreams and fears. Yuri was charming, attentive, everything Mekethava had hoped to find. Her family, protective and wise, urged her to take things slowly, get to know him better. Don't rush. But when has the heart ever listened to such practical advice? Within a few months, Mekethava announced she was pregnant. Her family worried. This was so fast. They barely knew this man. But Mekethava was glowing with happiness. For her friend Kimberly, the situation made perfect sense. Mekethava wanted a family, she explained. Meeting Yuri was like a second chance for her. Their son was born, a beautiful baby boy who became the center of their world. And on a day surrounded by friends and family in a church ceremony, Mekethava and Yuri exchanged vows. Her brother Quay walked her down the aisle, tears in his eyes, as he gave his sister away. That was the happiest I ever seen her, Quay would remember, his voice thick with the weight of what came after. The Jenkins family grew. They welcomed another child, filling their home with the chaos and joy that only young children can bring. Yuri helped Mekeva develop the Prime Enterprise Group, working alongside her as she built her business. They struggled. Yes, all young families struggle, but they were building something together, or so Mekeva believed. A few years into the marriage, reality began to assert itself. The fairy tale started showing its seams. Mekeva discovered something that shattered the image she'd built of her perfect family. Yuri had gotten another woman pregnant. The betrayal cut deep. This wasn't just infidelity. This was a child, another family, a secret life running parallel to the one they'd built together. The hurt was immense, consuming, the kind of pain that makes you question everything you thought you knew about your life. That just broke her heart, Yuri remembered. His sister, so strong in every other area of her life, was devastated. She kicked Yuri out of the house, drawing a line in the sand. This was unacceptable. This was not what she'd signed up for, but anger and hurt aren't the only emotions that follow betrayal. There's also love, history, shared children, the weight of everything you've built together, and underneath it all, that stubborn hope that maybe, just maybe, things could be repaired. Meka still loved Yuri. Despite everything, she still saw the man she'd met on New Year's Eve, the father of her children, the partner she'd chosen. So when Yuri asked for forgiveness, when he promised to do better, to be better, she let him come home. They tried to rebuild. Yuri supported the Prime Enterprise Group, helping where he could. Meka poured herself even more intensely into her work, perhaps trying to outrun the pain through success. And for a while it seemed to work. The business thrived. Money, which had been such a desperate worry in the past, began to flow more freely. They moved into a nicer home west of Lantana, in Palm Beach County, an upscale neighborhood with good schools and safe streets. The kind of place Mekeva had dreamed about during those nights, sleeping in her car with Shania. But something had changed in the foundation of their marriage. Something fundamental had cracked, and no amount of financial success could fully repair it. In May of 2017, Mekeva told Yuri he wanted a divorce. She'd had enough. She'd given him a second chance, and still something felt wrong. She was tired of trying to hold together something that kept wanting to fall apart. But then, just weeks after declaring her intention to leave, Mekeva discovered she was pregnant again. Life is rarely simple or straightforward. The pregnancy changed the immediate trajectory of their relationship. Whatever Mekeva had been planning, whatever future she'd been imagining for herself and her children, it all had to be reconsidered now. There was a new life growing inside her, another child who would need both parents. She decided to stay, to try one more time, to see if maybe this new baby could be the glue that held everything together. On June 23rd, 2017, Mekeva posted something on social media that would haunt everyone who read it later. After everything that followed, I've been with my husband for 7 years, she wrote. And every time I look at him, it feels like New Year's Eve 2009 when I saw him in church. I thought he was the most handsome guy I ever met. I didn't say anything to him until 2010, and we've been making history ever since. I love me some Mr. Jenkins. It seemed like a declaration of love, of commitment renewed. Looking back, it reads like a woman trying to convince herself that everything was okay, that the fairy tale she'd wanted so badly was still alive. 6 days later, she'd be dead. June 28th, 2017. It was late in the evening, the kind of warm Florida night where the air sits heavy and still. Mekeva had spent the day working, meeting with clients, continuing to build the business that had lifted her from homelessness to prosperity. That evening, she sat down and crafted a Facebook post. She wanted to share her journey, to inspire others who might be struggling the way she once had. She typed out her story with care, detailing the darkest days and the triumphant climb back to stability. I'm in awe of how far I've come, she wrote. She detailed being homeless in 2013 and 2014, then hitting 6 figures in 2015, and by now making multiple 6 figures. No matter what the road looked like, I followed my heart and stuck with it, growing my business. She hit post, sending her story out into the world. She had a seminar coming up in July. It's a 5-day business plan course that would help other entrepreneurs turn their dreams into fundable realities. Her calendar was full. Her future was bright. Less than 2 hours after posting those words, her life would end. The Jenkins household that night was full of people. Makeva was upstairs, pregnant and exhausted, sleeping in the bedroom with her young children nearby. Downstairs, the garage had been converted into a makeshift barber shop where Yuri practiced his trade. He was down there with Makeva's brother, Kwai, and their mutual friend, Dmitry Dale. The time crept past midnight. The 28th became the 29th. The three men talked and laughed in the garage. Kwai lived with the family, and it wasn't unusual for him to hang out with Yuri in the late hours. Dmitry was a friend, someone they'd known for a while, someone they trusted. Around 2 in the morning, Quaid realized they'd run out of something. He drove to the nearby 7-Eleven to pick up whatever they needed. It was a quick trip, just a few minutes away. He left Yuri and Dmitry in the garage and drove off into the quiet night. While Quaid was gone, someone else arrived at the Jenkins house. His name was Jovan Joseph, and he was only 19 years old. He'd bought a gun from a friend for $60. He'd dressed in all black clothing. He'd tied a t-shirt around his face as a makeshift mask, leaving only his eyes visible, and he'd come to the Jenkins house with a single purpose: to murder Makeva Jenkins while she slept. When Quee returned from the 7-Eleven, Yuri insisted on cutting his hair. Right then, in the middle of the night. It seemed like an odd request, but Quee sat down in the barber's chair, and Yuri went to work. And then, in the middle of the haircut, the masked figure appeared in the garage doorway. Quee's first instinct was terror. A man with a gun, face covered, only his eyes visible in the dim light. The gunman's voice was urgent, demanding, "Where's the money at? Where's the money at?" The intruder forced all three men at gunpoint to go upstairs. They moved through the dark house, climbing the stairs to where Makeva slept with her children. Quay's mind must have been racing. What did this man want? How had he gotten in? Was everyone going to die tonight? The gunman ordered 2 of the men to lie face down on the floor. But bizarrely, strangely, he let Quay go back downstairs with one of the children. This detail would later strike investigators as profoundly odd. What kind of robber lets a witness leave with a child who could escape and call for help? And then in the dark bedroom where Makeva slept, pregnant with her 4th child, the gunman raised his weapon and fired a single shot. The bullet entered her head. She never woke up, never knew what was happening. One moment she was dreaming. The next she was gone. The gunman turned and fled, running down the stairs and out of the house. He jumped into Dmitry's white Dodge Charger that was parked outside and sped away into the night, abandoning the vehicle about a quarter-mile from the house. Quay's screams shattered the silence. He grabbed the phone, his hands shaking, his voice raw with terror and grief. The 911 call captured his anguish. "Get here now. My sister's fighting for her life, man. She's fighting for her life." But Makeva wasn't fighting. Makeva was already gone. Detective Sean Oliver and his team arrived at a scene that made no sense. A home invasion. A shooting. But nothing taken. No robbery, despite the gunman's demands for money. No signs of forced entry. The violence seemed targeted, purposeful, but aimed at the wrong person. The initial theory focused on Makeva's mother, known to everyone as Quest. There were rumors in the neighborhood about Quest having problems with drug dealers. Some suggested she'd passed counterfeit money, and that dealers had come looking for revenge, but that theory quickly fell apart. Quest lived 45 minutes away in her own apartment in Belglade. Why would angry drug dealers go to Makeva's house instead of finding Quest at her own place? And Quest herself vehemently denied any problems with dealers. There was no one after her, she insisted. The whole theory was nonsense. As the investigation deepened, certain facts became impossible to ignore. This wasn't a robbery. No valuables had been taken. Nothing disturbed except for Makeva's life. Violently ended. The gunman had run directly into the bedroom, fired 1 shot, and left. It was surgical. Purposeful. For some reason, the shooter just runs into the bedroom, fires 1 round, runs out. Oliver later explained. It didn't make sense. The abandoned Dodge Charger provided the first real break. It belonged to Dmitry Dale, which they already knew. But inside the vehicle, investigators found a receipt from a restaurant called Miami Subs. The receipt was dated the day of the murder. It was a small detail, but it was something. Detectives pulled the security footage from Miami Subs and found exactly what they needed. Dmitry Dale, clearly visible on camera, sitting with another man. That man was later identified as Jovan Marquise Joseph. The footage showed the two of them together, establishing a connection, but there was more. Additional surveillance footage from the area showed something chilling. Jovan's car slowly following Dmitry's white Charger as they drove toward the Jenkins house that night. This wasn't coincidence. This wasn't random. This was planning. When investigators pulled Jovan's cell phone records, they confirmed what they'd suspected. His phone had been at the Jenkins residence during the exact time frame of the murder. All the pieces were falling into place. Quay, when shown photos, confirmed that he recognized Jovan. He'd seen him before. Dmitry had brought him by the house on June 28th, just one day before the murder, to play basketball. With the evidence mounting, investigators brought Dmitry in for questioning. And finally, after hours of pressure, the truth came pouring out. Dmitry admitted everything. Yes, Jovan had shot Makeva, but it wasn't Jovan's idea. It wasn't even Dmitry's idea. The whole plot, the entire murder-for-hire scheme, had been orchestrated by the one person who should have protected Makeva. Above all others, her husband, Yuri Jenkins. The full story, as it emerged through Dmitry's confession and subsequent testimony, was even darker than investigators had imagined. Yuri had approached Dmitry weeks before the murder, telling him he wanted his wife dead. He needed someone to kill her. He was willing to pay. Dmitry, either motivated by money or misguided loyalty to a friend, agreed to help. He reached out to Jovan Joseph, a 19-year-old kid who needed money desperately. The initial offer was $1,500 up front, with $20,000 more to come after Makeva's life insurance payout came through. $20,000. That was the price Yuri Jenkins had placed on his wife's head. The mother of his children, the woman who'd worked her way out of homelessness, the woman carrying his unborn child. The investigation revealed why. Yuri had been paying child support to the woman he'd gotten pregnant during his marriage to Makeva. He owed around $20,000 in back payments. Money was tight despite Makeva's success, and Makeva had a life insurance policy worth $500,000. In Yuri's mind, apparently the math was simple. Make him a dead meant insurance money. Insurance money meant his debts paid off, his problem solved, his life easier. He didn't seem to consider that Makeva had considered leaving him. He didn't seem to understand that she was the one holding their family together, financially and emotionally. Or maybe he understood perfectly well and decided he'd rather have the money than the wife. The plan was methodical. On the afternoon of June 28th, while Makeva was out meeting with a client, Dmitry and Jovan came to the Jenkins house. Yuri met with them. According to Dmitry's later testimony, Yuri gave Jovan a gun during this meeting. They discussed the plan. They waited for nightfall. Later that evening, as the pieces fell into place, Dmitry's car ran out of gas in a drive-thru. Security cameras captured Jovan getting out to push the vehicle. This mundane moment, preserved on video, would become crucial evidence proof that Dmitry and Jovan were together that night. When Quay left for the 7-Eleven around 2 in the morning, it created the opening they needed. Jovan arrived at the house, masked and armed. He burst into the garage where Yuri and Dmitry waited. The staged robbery began. The demands for money that were never meant to be answered. Yuri knew exactly what was happening. According to Jovan's later testimony, Yuri showed him which bedroom Makeva was in. He led him upstairs like a guide leading someone to their destination, and then he stood by while Jovan walked into that dark room and fired a bullet into his wife's head. When asked later why he shot Makeva, Jovan's answer was chillingly simple: because I was trying to finish the job. But the plan had a fatal flaw that Yuri didn't discover until after Makeva was dead. In the weeks before her murder, Makeva had changed the beneficiary on her life insurance policy, perhaps sensing something was wrong, perhaps just being practical about protecting her children's future. She'd listed someone else as the beneficiary. Yuri Jenkins had orchestrated his wife's murder for $500,000 he would never receive. The arrests came in waves. Jovan Joseph was arrested in September of 2017. Yuri's arrest followed in December. Both men pleaded not guilty initially, maintaining their innocence despite the mounting evidence. Dmitry Dale, faced with his own arrest and the possibility of spending life in prison, made a different choice. He cooperated with prosecutors. He accepted a plea deal. He agreed to testify against Yuri at trial. In exchange for his testimony and his guilty plea to manslaughter, he received 15 years of probation. Jovan Joseph eventually changed his plea as well. He pleaded guilty to second-degree murder and was sentenced to 15 years in prison with 10 years of probation. He received credit for the 5 years he'd already served while awaiting trial. But Yuri Jenkins maintained his innocence. He told anyone who would listen that he loved his wife, that he missed his children, that God would vindicate him. His attorney argued that the testimony against him came from two men with histories of lying. Two men who had every reason to place all the blame on Yuri to save themselves. The trial was delayed multiple times. Once during jury selection, when several prospective jurors overheard a family member saying Yuri was guilty, the judge had to dismiss the entire jury pool and start over. Another delay came because of COVID-19 shutdowns, pushing everything back months. Finally, in May of 2022, Yuri Jenkins faced a jury. The prosecution presented Dmitry and Jovan as witnesses. Both men testified about the planning, the payment, the cold calculation that led to Makeva's death. The defense tried to undermine their credibility, but the story they told was consistent, detailed, and supported by physical evidence. During the trial, emotions ran high. At one point, Makeva's younger brother, Markavius Greer, who was about to testify for the prosecution, entered the courtroom and saw Yuri sitting at the defense table. Something inside him snapped, and he tried to rush at Yuri, shouting crude remarks, rage and grief overwhelming him. Sheriff's deputies grabbed him before he could reach the defendant, dragging him from the courtroom. The judge called a brief recess, then told the jury to disregard the outburst. He warned Markavius that if it happened again, he'd end up in jail for contempt. The trial continued. After about a week of testimony, the jury deliberated, and then they returned with their verdict: guilty of first-degree murder. Makeva's grandmother, Gloria Harold, who had raised Makeva and instilled in her the values of hard work and education, stood before the court to give her victim impact statement. She wore a shirt that said "Justice for Makeva." Through tears, she spoke about her granddaughter, about the pain this had caused the entire family, including Yuri's own family. "Nobody wins in this case," she said, her voice breaking. "They came to the verdict I wanted them to have, but on neither side was a winner." She mentioned that her great-granddaughter's birthday was that day. The daughter Yuri and Makeva had welcomed together, now growing up without either parent. She had nothing bad to say about Yuri. She insisted. She just wanted justice. The judge sentenced Yuri Jenkins to life in prison. There was no discretion, no wiggle room, for first-degree murder in Florida. Life meant life. Yuri was transported to Century Correctional Institution, where he remains today, maintaining his innocence, insisting God will one day prove he didn't do what the courts say he did. Makeva Jenkins left behind 3 young children and was pregnant with a 4th when she died. Her oldest daughter, Xenia, the little girl who'd been her buddy through college and homelessness and triumph, graduated from high school 2 weeks after her mother's murder. She went on to attend Florida State University, fulfilling a dream she and her mother had shared, but she had to do it without Makeva by her side. The 2 younger children, Yurichu's children, lost both parents that night, their mother to a bullet, their father to prison. They're being raised by extended family, surrounded by people trying to give them the stability and love they deserve. But the shadow of that June night will follow them forever. The Prime Enterprise Group closed. The seminars Makeva had planned, the business owners she would have helped, the dreams she would have encouraged, all of it ended in that bedroom. The social media posts where she'd shared her journey and inspired others went silent, but her story continues to circulate. True crime documentaries featured her case. News outlets covered the trial extensively. In some strange way, Makeva's message of perseverance and refusing to give up on your dreams reached more people after her death than it did during her life. Though that's cold comfort to anyone who loved her. The case raises questions that have no easy answers. How well do we really know the people we love? What darkness can hide behind a smile, behind Sunday services, behind the performance of family life? Makeva had been smart, accomplished, successful. She'd overcome poverty and homelessness. She'd earned multiple degrees. She'd built a thriving business, and yet she couldn't see the danger sleeping beside her every night. Or maybe she did see it, Maybe that's why she'd considered divorce in May. Maybe that's why she changed the beneficiary on her life insurance. Maybe some part of her understood that the man she'd met on New Year's Eve had become someone else. Someone capable of unspeakable things. We'll never know what she was thinking in those final weeks. We'll never know if she felt safe or scared, hopeful or resigned. We only know that on June 29th, 2017, at approximately 2 in the morning, Makeva Jenkins was shot in the head while sleeping in her own home, killed by a stranger at the direction of her husband. She was 33 years old. She was pregnant. She was successful. She was loved. And she's gone, leaving behind children who will grow up with a hole in their lives that can never be filled. If this is your first time listening to one of our true crime stories, welcome to Mr. Sleepy Crime, where we explore these cases in a calm and respectful way. I also want to take a moment to appreciate my amazing subscribers who've been rocking with me. Thank you so much for your continued support. If you're still awake and listening, don't forget to drop a comment. Let me know where you're tuning in from and the current time in your corner of the world. Or just say something to let me know you're still here. And if you haven't already, be sure to like this video and subscribe so you don't miss our next true crime stories for sleep. Now let's move on to our second story. Story 2. Tonight we'll journey into the deep forests of Michigan's Upper Peninsula, where beneath the canopy of pine trees and along the shores of quiet lakes, a darkness settled that no one could have anticipated. This is a story about secrets, about promises made in shadows, and about the woman who came to be known as the Devil Woman of Michigan. So, as we settle in, let the story unfold at its own gentle pace. This is the tale of Kelly Cochran. In the small town of Merrillville, Indiana, 2 children grew up as neighbors. Their houses sat side by side on a quiet street, where everyone knew everyone, where summer evenings meant fireflies in jars, and the distant sound of lawnmowers. Kelly and Jason Cochran, 2 kids who would grow into teenagers, then young adults, and eventually into something far darker than anyone in that peaceful neighborhood could imagine. They became high school sweethearts, the way many young people do in small towns. There was something almost destined about their connection, living right next door to each other, seeing each other every day. Both attended Purdue University, building their lives in tandem, creating a shared history that went back to childhood. In the year 2002, just after Kelly graduated from high school, they married. She was young, barely out of her teens, but they seemed committed to building a life together, to the outside world. They were just another young couple starting out, perhaps a bit young but earnest in their intentions. But on their wedding night, according to Kelly's later testimony, something unusual happened. A pact was made. Not the typical promises of fidelity and devotion that most newlyweds exchange, but something far more sinister. Kelly would later claim that she and Jason agreed that if either of them ever had an affair, the unfaithful spouse would have to kill their lover, or be killed themselves. It's difficult to know if this was truly discussed on their wedding night, or if it was a story Kelly constructed later to explain the inexplicable. But whether made that night or later, this dark agreement would cast a long shadow over everything that followed. The years passed. Jason worked hard, servicing swimming pools, physical labor that took its toll. For 10 years, he maintained pools, hauling equipment, dealing with chemicals, bending and lifting day after day, until his back gave out. Chronic pain became his constant companion, and with it came the inability to work as he once had. Kelly tried to keep the household afloat financially, but the bills accumulated like snowdrifts. Credit card debt, medical expenses, the ordinary costs of living that become extraordinary when income dries up. The pressure mounted, creating tension in a marriage that already had its share of problems. Kelly was outspoken, social, eager to engage with the world. Jason was quiet, withdrawn, keeping his thoughts to himself. Her brother Colton would later recall that he'd warned Kelly not to marry Jason. He could see they were opposites in fundamental ways, that their personalities didn't mesh. But young love rarely listens to such warnings. In 2013, the couple made a decision. They would leave Indiana behind and start fresh in Caspian, Michigan. It was a small community in Michigan's Upper Peninsula, a place of forests and cold winters, far from the life they'd known. Jason hoped that Michigan's legal marijuana might help ease his chronic back pain without the risks of prescription opioids. Kelly hoped for a new job, a new start, a way to leave their financial troubles behind. Caspian sits in Iron County, population just over 500 people. It's the kind of place where newcomers stand out, where everyone notices a new face. The Upper Peninsula itself feels remote, almost isolated from the rest of Michigan, separated by water and connected by a single bridge. It's beautiful country, wild and unspoiled, with dense forests of pine and birch, lakes that shine like mirrors, and winters that can bury a house in snow. Kelly found work at a local factory that manufactured parts for naval ships. It was honest work, factory work, the kind that keeps a small town economy running. And it was there, in that factory, that she met Christopher Regan. Christopher Regan was 53 years old, an Air Force veteran who'd been raised in Detroit. He had that weathered look that veterans often carry, a certain steadiness born from military service. Those who knew him described him as wonderful, someone who loved life with an intensity that was infectious. His ex-girlfriend, Terry O'Donnell, would later speak about him with obvious affection. He loved hiking, she said, loved the outdoors. He was energetic, always wanting to try something new, always pushing himself to learn more. He'd even gone back to college just to become a better manager at his job. That was the kind of person he was, always striving to improve himself, to be better tomorrow than he is today. He and Kelly were coworkers, but there was a 20-year age difference between them. Despite this, or perhaps because of some shared connection that age couldn't diminish, they became involved. An affair began, hidden from Kelly's husband Jason, hidden from Terry, hidden from the small community where secrets are hard to keep. For months, they met in secret. Kelly living her double life, going home to Jason each night while maintaining this other relationship with Chris. In a town as small as Iron River, such secrets rarely stay secret for long. And eventually, inevitably, Jason found out. The pact they'd made all those years ago, whether real or invented, suddenly became relevant in a way that would destroy everything. On October 13th, 2014, Kelly and Jason had an argument. The kind of argument that married couples have when trust has been shattered, when betrayal sits between them like a living thing. Jason wanted to know how Kelly was going to fix things, how she was going to make this right. And somehow, in that argument, a plan formed. A terrible plan. The next day, October 14th, Kelly sent a message to Chris Regan. She invited him over to her house, telling him that Jason was out, that they would be alone. Chris, trusting her, believing her, made the drive to the Cochran home. What happened next, Kelly would later describe in multiple versions, each slightly different, each told from a different angle depending on who was listening. But the essential facts remained constant. Chris arrived at the house. He and Kelly began to be intimate. And in the middle of their encounter, Jason appeared. He had a .22 caliber long-barrel shotgun, and he shot Christopher Regan in the back of the head. The sound of a gunshot is louder than most people expect. Even with a .22, which is relatively small, the noise would have been sharp, startling, final. Chris died. Right there in the Cochran home. His life ending in an instant of violence that he never saw coming. But the horror didn't end with his death. What came next shows the level of calculation, the coldness required to cover up such a crime. Kelly went to get an electric handsaw, the kind commonly called a sawzall. The couple laid down plastic sheeting in their basement, and there in their home they dismembered Christopher Regan's body. They worked through the night, the sound of power tools cutting through the darkness. Neighbors would later tell police that they heard those power tools running late into the night. Sound carried through the quiet neighborhood, unusual and disturbing, but no one called the police. No one investigated. It was just strange enough to be noticed, not quite strange enough to seem dangerous. The couple divided Chris Regan's remains into garbage bags. They drove out to the Pentoga Trail, a remote area in the woods, and scattered the bags among the trees. His car they left at a park-and-ride lot 4 miles east of Iron River, trying to create the impression that he'd simply left town. But they made one crucial mistake. Inside Chris's car was a post-it note with the directions to the Cochran household, written on it in handwriting. It was such a small thing, easily overlooked in the chaos of murder and disposal. but it would be the thread that investigators would eventually pull. 10 days passed. 10 days during which Terry O'Donnell grew increasingly worried. She and Chris might not have been together anymore, but they'd remained close friends. They talked every day, or nearly every day, and suddenly he was silent. She filed a missing persons report with the Iron River Police Department. The department was tiny, just 4 officers total, led by Police Chief Laura Frizzo. It was the kind of police force where everyone wore multiple hats, where a missing persons case meant dropping everything else to focus on finding someone. When police searched Chris's apartment, they found it in complete disarray. Terry told them this was unusual. Chris was organized, kept his space neat. His phone was missing. Nothing about the scene suggested he'd planned to leave, just packed up and gone to North Carolina for that job interview he'd been excited about. Then police found his car at the park and ride. And they found the post-it note with the Cochran's address. Chief Frizzo drove out to Old Caspian, to the small house where Kelly and Jason lived. When she knocked on the door, Jason answered. He stood in the doorway, not welcoming, not inviting them in. Kelly, they could see, was upstairs, though Jason initially claimed she wasn't home. They questioned the couple separately. Kelly admitted to having an affair with Chris. She was friendly about it, almost too friendly, according to Sergeant Cindy Barrett, who was there that day. Kelly claimed she and Jason had an open marriage, that the affair wasn't a problem. Jason, on the other hand, seemed aggravated by the mention of Kelly's infidelity, though he tried to hide it. But there was no evidence. No blood, no body, no proof that anything criminal had occurred. Chief Frizzo was suspicious, that investigators' instinct telling her something was wrong. But suspicion isn't enough. The case went cold. Laura Frizzo didn't give up. In a small department with limited resources, she continued to investigate. She focused on a body of water near the Cochran's home called the Caspian Pit. Divers searched the murky depths and found a burn barrel weighted down with a cement block and clothesline, meant to sink it to the bottom. In March of 2015, the FBI got involved. They executed a search warrant on the Cochran home, and this time they found evidence. Blood splatter on the ceiling, a cracked door frame, and most chilling of all, a journal written by Jason that appeared to reference a crime, though it was written almost like fiction, like a story he was telling himself. The morning after the search, a neighbor called Chief Frizzo with disturbing news. The Cochrans had left town the night before, loading up their possessions and fleeing in the dark. They'd gone back to Indiana, back to their hometown of Hobart, where they'd grown up as neighbors all those years ago, and then something even more disturbing emerged. The neighbors, thinking back, remembered something. Shortly after Chris Regan disappeared, Kelly and Jason had invited them over for a barbecue. They'd served lots of meat, burgers and steaks. More meat than seemed normal. The neighbors had eaten, enjoyed the food, thought nothing of it at the time. But now, knowing what they knew, suspecting what they suspected, a horrible question formed. One neighbor, David Saylor, would later voice it in a police interview, his voice shaking. What if they were actually that kind of people and actually did kill the guy and then butchered him up and had us over for dinner? Police would later say this was just a theory the neighbors came up with on their own, not something investigators pursued. But the question hung in the air, unanswered and unanswerable. The remains found later in the woods were too deteriorated to determine if any parts were missing. Back in Hobart, Indiana, Kelly and Jason tried to return to normal life, but the weight of what they'd done hung over them. Kelly would later claim she resented Jason for killing Chris Regan. She said Chris was the only good thing in her life, and Jason had taken him away. On February 20th, 2016, 16 months after Chris Regan's murder, Kelly called 911. She told the operator her husband wasn't breathing, that she needed an ambulance immediately. When EMTs arrived at the Mississippi Street residence, they found Jason Cochran unresponsive. Kelly was reportedly disruptive as they tried to revive him, creating chaos in the midst of the emergency. They couldn't save him. Jason was pronounced dead, apparently from a heroin overdose. Kelly held a memorial service a few days later. On Facebook, she wrote that Jason's death was the hardest thing I will ever have to deal with. She appeared grief-stricken, the mourning widow. She began pawning off belongings, preparing, it seemed, to move on with her life. But then the medical examiner's report came back. Jason hadn't died of an overdose, or at least not just an overdose. The cause of death was asphyxiation. He'd been smothered. Detective Jeremy Ogden of the Hobart Police Department had been called in by the FBI, who'd received an anonymous tip that the Cochrans were wanted for a crime in Michigan. When he learned the true cause of Jason's death, Ogden immediately consulted with Laura Frizzo. The two cases, two deaths, were connected, and Kelly Cochran was at the center of both. Jeremy Ogden was a skilled detective, and he knew he was dealing with someone unusual in Kelly Cochran. She was smart, manipulative, constantly lying and mixing truth with fiction. As Frizzo would later say, it was lie, 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 truth, lie, truth, lie, 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 truth. You gotta figure it out. Ogden began watching Kelly. He noticed she visited a particular park frequently, always sitting by the same tree. It seemed significant somehow, this tree. This spot. She would sit there for long periods, as if in contemplation or perhaps communion with something unseen. Ogden decided to take a risk. He went to the park one night and carved a message into the tree where Kelly always sat. 3 words. Chris is here. It was a psychological gambit. An attempt to make Kelly believe that Chris's spirit was haunting her, or that the police knew more than they actually did. Whether it was superstition or guilt or simple fear, the tactic worked. That same evening, Kelly spoke with Detective Ogden, and for the first time she admitted that Chris had been murdered. Her story at this point was that Jason had forced her to participate, that he'd killed Chris and then made her help dismember the body. She positioned herself as a victim, coerced into terrible acts by an abusive husband. But Ogden didn't believe her, not entirely. There were too many inconsistencies, too many versions of events. Kelly fled Indiana on April 26th, not telling any relatives where she was going. She was now a fugitive, wanted in both Michigan and Indiana. The U.S. Marshals Service tracked Kelly to Kentucky, to a cousin's home where she was hiding. On April 28th, 2016, they arrested her. When she was taken into custody, Kelly's behavior became increasingly erratic. In her jail cell, she turned her glasses into shanks, makeshift weapons. She threatened to commit suicide and to harm anyone who came near her. The mask of normalcy she'd worn for so long was slipping away. Under interrogation, Kelly was questioned for nearly 70 hours total by both Michigan and Indiana investigators. Slowly, in bits and pieces mixed with lies and misdirection, she began to reveal what had really happened. She led investigators to a desolate stretch of woods in Michigan, to the Pantoga Trail where she and Jason had scattered Chris Regan's remains. There, police found a human skull with an apparent bullet hole in it. They found eyeglasses believed to belong to Chris. They found parts of the rifle used to kill him. Using dental records, they confirmed the skull belonged to Christopher Regan. He'd been dead for nearly 2 years by this point. His remains scattered through the forest, reclaimed partially by nature. Kelly's final version of events, the one she told in court, was this. She and Jason had made that pact on their wedding night. When Jason discovered her affair with Chris, he demanded she fix things. On October 14, 2014, she knowingly lured Chris to her home with the promise of sex. Knowing Jason planned to kill him, she participated in the murder willingly, helping to dispose of the body afterward, but she resented Jason for it. She hated him for taking away the only good thing she had in her life. So she waited. 16 months she waited. And then she prepared a lethal dose of heroin, injected it into her husband, and smothered him with a pillow to make sure he died. "I evened the score," she said. In May of 2017, after 3 hours of deliberation, a jury found Kelly Cochran guilty on all charges related to Christopher Regan's murder. She was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. In April of 2018, she entered a guilty plea for the murder of her husband Jason Cochran. She was sentenced to an additional 65 years in prison. But even as these cases closed, new questions emerged. Questions that remain unanswered to this day. Kelly's own brother, Colton Gaboyan, came forward with a disturbing claim. He believed his sister might be responsible for as many as 9 other murders. He told investigators that Kelly may have left bodies buried across the Midwest, in Michigan, Indiana, Tennessee, and Minnesota. As part of her plea deal in Indiana, prosecutors agreed that if Kelly provided information about other victims, she could do so without facing additional charges in that state. It was an attempt to solve cold cases, to bring closure to other families who might be wondering about missing loved ones. Kelly hinted at having other friends buried in various states. She made cryptic comments about additional victims, but she never provided specific locations or names. Whether she was telling the truth or simply enjoying the attention and power of keeping investigators guessing, no one knows for certain. Detective Ogden, who spent months working to get Kelly's confession, stated clearly that he believed there were other victims. "I wouldn't put a number on it," he said, "but I would say I'm pretty positive there are others. She's a very calculating, manipulative killer." Chief Laura Frizzou, who started the investigation and never gave up on finding justice for Chris Regan, echoed this sentiment. "I'm so grateful that justice was served for Chris Regan," she said, "but I firmly believe that there are other victims out there. If Kelly Cochran is indeed responsible for other deaths, if there are more victims buried in unmarked graves across the Midwest, they remain hidden. The forest keeps its secrets. The earth holds its mysteries." Today, Kelly Cochran remains in the Women's Huron Valley Correctional Facility in Ypsilanti, Michigan. She will never be released. She will spend the rest of her life behind bars, her youth and freedom traded for 2 murders she admitted to, and possibly more that she'll never confirm. Christopher Regan's ex-girlfriend Terry O'Donnell spoke about seeing Kelly in court. "The first time I saw her was in the courthouse," she said. "I just remember her staring at me and grinning. I took a deep breath and thought she was the scariest person I've ever seen. I was afraid. I couldn't look at her for the rest of the time I was there testifying. It was like she was laughing and saying, 'Look at what I did. You can't stop me.' She just sat there and grinned. It was like the devil looking at you." That's how Kelly Cochran came to be known as the Devil Woman of Michigan. Not just for the murders she committed, but for the cold calculation behind them, the manipulation, the lies, and that grin in the courtroom. That expression that suggested she was enjoying the attention, the notoriety, the dark fame, in the forests of Michigan's Upper Peninsula. The trees still stand where Christopher Regan's remains were scattered. The seasons change, snow falls and melts, leaves turn from green to gold to brown. Life continues in that small community, though the memory of what happened lingers like fog over the lake. And somewhere, possibly, there are other families still wondering what happened to their loved ones. Other forests that might hold secrets Kelly Cochran will never reveal. Other stories that ended in violence, hidden beneath the ordinary surface of small-town America. This is the nature of true crime. Not every question gets answered. Not every mystery gets solved. Sometimes the truth remains buried, known only to one person who will take it to the grave. Kelly Cochran, the Devil Woman, sits in her cell tonight, as she will tomorrow night and every night for the rest of her life. The woman who made a dark pact and carried it through. The woman who killed 2 men and possibly many more. The woman who smiled in the courtroom while a victim's loved one testified. And that's where our story ends tonight. With justice partially served, questions partially answered, and the quiet knowledge that sometimes evil wears an ordinary face, lives in an ordinary house, and hides in plain sight until the moment it reveals itself. If you're still awake and listening, check whether you've left your little goodnight comment. I always check your comments before I sleep too. And if you haven't already, don't forget to like this video and subscribe so you don't miss our next true crime stories for sleep. Meanwhile, let's move on to our third story. Story 3. Tonight we're exploring a story that reminds us how fragile life can be, and how love can sometimes wear a mask. This is a story about a young woman named Brooke, who lived with bright dreams and a radiant smile. It's a story of warning signs ignored, of a system that couldn't move fast enough, and of a tragedy that should never have happened. Southwest Columbus, Ohio, a sprawling city in the heart of the Midwest, where neighborhoods stretch out in quiet suburban streets, and families build their lives in modest homes with front porches and small yards. It's the kind of place where everyone knows their neighbors, where high school reunions matter, and where people grow up expecting to live ordinary, peaceful lives. Brooke Tyler Devaney was 19 years old in the summer of 2024. To those who knew her, she wasn't just another face in the crowd. She was the girl who could walk into a room and make it stop. Not because she tried, but because something about her presence demanded attention. Her family would later say she was magnetic, outgoing, brave, compassionate, the kind of person who brought joy simply by existing. She had a radiant smile that reached her eyes. She loved her cat Cheeto, a furry companion who gave her comfort in quiet moments. She loved doing nails, creating tiny works of art on fingertips, taking pride in the details. She wore hoodies constantly, finding coziness in their warmth, and she had approximately 20 tattoos scattered across her skin, each one telling a story. One of them read, "Everybody dies, but not everybody lives." It was a phrase that spoke to her philosophy. Live fully, experience everything. Don't just exist. Among those who gathered at Columbus Prep Academy after her death, friends and family remembered her as the life of the party, a young woman who touched many lives in her brief time on Earth. Brooke lived with her parents, Guy and Billy, and her older brother Brandon and his wife Michelle. The family was close. They looked out for each other. The house on Parkwick Drive in southwest Columbus became a home filled with love, where Brooke felt safe and supported. In the spring of 2024, Brooke discovered she was pregnant. She was about 14 weeks along when she died. She had already chosen a name for her son, Aiden. She was excited about becoming a mother. Her family said she glowed when she talked about the baby. She made plans. She imagined a future. But there was something else in Brooke's life. Something darker. Something that would eventually consume everything. His name was Devin Blair. Devin Blair was 23 years old when he met Brooke. Their relationship was turbulent from the start. They were on and off, breaking up and getting back together in the cyclical pattern that often marks abusive relationships. To outsiders, it might have seemed like typical young love drama, but those closest to Brooke knew better. They saw the bruises, they heard the threats. They watched as Brooke tried, again and again, to escape. Devin had a history of violence, long before he met Brooke. Between 2019 and 2021, he had been arrested multiple times in Jackson County, Ohio, on charges that included domestic violence. He had served 22 months in jail after pleading guilty to 2 felony domestic violence charges involving a previous girlfriend named Abby. When Abby heard about Brooke's death, she cried for hours. She told reporters that she understood what Brooke had been feeling. Lost. Alone. Like there was no one there to protect her. Abby had survived her relationship with Devin. Brooke would not. The pattern of violence began almost immediately when Devin entered Brooke's life. By December of 2023, the first documented incident occurred. Police responded to a call at the Devin home. Brooke reported that Devin had assaulted her, strangled her, and stabbed her in the stomach. When officers arrived, Devin ran. Body camera footage shows him sprinting away from the house, disappearing into the neighborhood. 4 minutes later, an officer spotted him. There was a struggle. Devin punched the officer. He bit the officer. Eventually, he was apprehended and charged with felonious assault, domestic violence, strangulation, and assault on a police officer. But the system moved slowly. Devin was released on a $350,000 bond. He was awaiting sentencing. He was supposed to stay away from Brooke. He was ordered to wear an ankle monitor to track his movements. On March 29th, 2024, Devin assaulted Brooke again. The autopsy report would later note this attack specifically. Brooke suffered a traumatic brain injury, a laceration of her scalp, abrasions on her face and neck, a bite mark on her arm. But still, Devin was not immediately incarcerated. Still, he remained free. By May 16, 2024, Devin pleaded guilty to 1 domestic violence charge and 1 assault charge from the December incident. The more serious charges of strangulation and felonious assault were dropped as part of a plea deal. He was scheduled to be sent, but that sentencing kept getting delayed. And in the meantime, Devin was out on bond, supposedly under supervision. On May 31st, his bond was revoked for violating its conditions. A warrant was issued for his arrest. But warrants don't mean immediate capture. They mean police will look for you when they have time, when other calls allow. And Columbus is a big city with limited resources. According to Devin's own story, his ankle monitor came off during a car crash just days after it was installed. The judge later noted that Devin would have had a broken leg if the accident had been severe enough to knock off the monitor. The implication was clear. Devon had removed it himself. He was manipulating the system, doing what he wanted to do. Records show that Columbus police responded to the Devaney home at least 13 times between September 2023 and June 2024. Every call was related to Devon. The calls came from Brooke herself, from her parents, from her brother, from concerned neighbors. Everyone could see what was happening. Everyone was afraid, and Brooke kept trying to leave. Wednesday, June 12th, 2024. Late afternoon. Brooke was in her car with Devon. They were driving near the exit ramp at Interstate 270 and Georgeville Road in southwest Columbus. What started as an argument escalated into violence. Devon punched Brooke in the eye. He hit her in the back of the head. She told police later that she was trying to pull off the highway to go to her parents' house when it happened. She was trying to escape, but Devon wouldn't let her. He threatened to bash in her head. He said he would kill her. Exact words. According to court documents, "I'll kill you in this bitch." Brooke managed to get away. On Thursday, June 13th, she went to the police. She found an officer in the 4200 block of Climb Road and filed a report. She showed her injuries. She told them about the death threats. She told them that Devon had stabbed her in the past. She told them she was afraid for her life. The police took the report. They documented everything. They added another warrant for Devon's arrest, this time for assault, aggravated menacing, and 2 counts of domestic violence. But they couldn't find him. Devon was hiding. He knew the police were looking for him. He knew he was facing serious prison time. And despite the active warrants, despite the documented history of violence, despite Brooke's terrified pleas for help, Devon remained at large. 72 hours after Brooke filed that police report, she would be dead. Sunday, June 16th, 2024, 7:28 in the morning. The sun was already climbing in the summer sky over southwest Columbus. Most people were still sleeping. The weekend stretched ahead, full of lazy promise. Inside the house on the 4600 block of Parkwood Drive, something terrible was happening. Brooke's brother Brandon and his wife Michelle were in the house. They could hear arguing coming from Brooke's bedroom, voices raised, anger. Devon and Brooke had been fighting for about an hour. The argument grew louder, more heated. It seemed to escalate with each passing minute. Then suddenly everything went quiet. The silence was worse than the shouting. Brandon and Michelle waited, listening. They heard Devon pacing through the house. Back and forth, his footsteps echoing in the stillness. Then they saw him emerge from Brooke's room with a backpack. He moved through the house with purpose now. Then he left through the garage. Michelle grabbed her phone. She didn't call 911. She texted at 7:28 a.m. Emergency dispatchers received a text message. Domestic violence situation. Brooke was being assaulted by her boyfriend. Brandon forced his way into Brooke's locked bedroom. The room showed signs of a struggle. Furniture displaced. Items scattered. But where was Brooke? They found her curled up on the bed, wrapped in sheets, balled up. Unresponsive. Columbus police arrived within minutes. Officers saw a man running from the scene. They gave chase. But Devon was fast, and he knew the neighborhood. They lost him in the sprawl of residential streets and alleyways. Inside, first responders worked frantically. Brooke was loaded into an ambulance, rushed to Grant Medical Center. Paramedics tried to save her. Doctors tried to save her. But the injuries were too severe. At 8:45 a.m., Brooke Tyler Devaney was pronounced dead. She was 19 years old. 4 minutes later, at 8:49 a.m., her unborn son Aiden was also pronounced dead. He never took a breath. He never opened his eyes. He never got the chance to meet the mother who had chosen his name with such hope. The autopsy would later reveal that Brooke died from asphyxia by neck compression and blunt force trauma to the head. She had been strangled. She had been beaten. The medical examiner found a traumatic brain injury, a laceration of her scalp, abrasions on her face and neck, and evidence of a prolonged, violent assault. 2 lives extinguished in a matter of minutes. 2 futures erased. And somewhere out there, Devon Blair was running. Columbus police launched an immediate search. Devon Blair was now wanted for murder. Every officer in the city was looking for him. Patrol cars crisscrossed southwest Columbus. Helicopters circled overhead. K-9 units tracked his scent. The officer who had performed CPR on Brooke was the same officer who eventually found Devon, about 2.5 miles from Parkwick Drive. The officer spotted him. It had been approximately 5 hours since Brooke's death. Devon had scratches on his face. His clothes were stained with blood. When police took him into custody, he remained silent. He didn't ask what was happening. He didn't express confusion or surprise. He said nothing at all. He was taken to Franklin County Jail and charged with murder. On Tuesday, June 18th, Devon appeared in Franklin County Municipal Court for his arraignment. But this wasn't a quiet, somber court proceeding. Devon was combative. He shouted at the judge. He cursed. He interrupted the proceedings repeatedly. "I'm not guilty," he yelled. "Just give me a bond. What the fuck is wrong with you?" The judge set bond at $11 million. $10 million for the murder charge. $1 million for the assault, domestic violence, and menacing charges from June 12th. It was one of the highest bonds ever set in Franklin County. Prosecutors noted Devon's extensive criminal history, his pattern of violence against Brooke specifically, his violation of previous bond conditions, his removal of the ankle monitor, and his flight from police. They argued he was a danger to the community. The judge agreed. Devon was held without bond. He would remain in jail as the case moved through the system. On Wednesday, June 19th, about 50 people gathered at Columbus Prep Academy to celebrate Brooke's life. Friends and family released purple balloons into the summer sky, purple being the color associated with domestic violence awareness. People told stories about Brooke. They remembered her love for her family's dog, Zeus. They talked about her skill with nail art. They shared memories of her infectious laughter, her ability to light up any space she entered. One friend said Brooke was the life of the party. Another said, "I never felt that kind of love before, but from the short time that I knew her, she just brightened up any room that she stepped in." A classmate added, "She was the most kind person I've ever met." Brooke's mother, Billy, spoke through tears. Her grief was raw, overwhelming. "He took our baby from us," she said, out of breath from crying. Domestic violence, this is not something any parent should have to go through ever. Billy directed her anger at the system that had failed her daughter. The system has to stop letting these repeat offenders out because the system can't fight for these women. What do they have? Who's going to be there for them? They should know that we should not have to go through this. We should not be here. Her words echoed a frustration felt by many who had watched Devon cycle through the criminal justice system. Arrested, released. Arrested, released. Each time with more charges, more violence, more warning signs. And yet, each time he ended up back on the streets. Brooke's death was the 5th domestic violence homicide in Columbus. In 2024, since January of that year, there had been more than 3,000 reports of domestic violence in the city. The numbers were staggering, and advocates said that for every report filed, countless others went unreported. A sergeant with Columbus Police spoke to reporters after Brooke's death. He explained that patrol officers look for people with active warrants as other calls allow. But Columbus is a large city with limited resources. Unfortunately, he said, we weren't able to get him off the street before he took somebody's life. As the case proceeded through the courts, more details emerged about the systemic failures that contributed to Brooke's death. Devon had been arrested in December 2023 for assaulting, strangling, and stabbing Brooke. He had punched and bitten a police officer during that arrest. He was charged with serious felonies, including strangulation and felonious assault. But in May 2024, as part of a plea deal, the strangulation and felonious assault charges were dropped. Devon pleaded guilty to 1 count of domestic violence and 1 count of assault. He was awaiting sentencing when he killed Brooke. This meant that Devon was out on bond for a violent assault against the same victim he would eventually murder. He had violated the conditions of that bond by removing his ankle monitor. A warrant was issued for his arrest. But he was not immediately apprehended. 4 days before Brooke's death, she filed another police report. She documented the assault in the car on June 12th. She told police Devon had threatened to kill her. She expressed fear for her life. But again, police couldn't locate Devon immediately. Critics of the system pointed to several breakdowns. Why were the more serious charges dropped in the plea deal? Why wasn't Devon held without bond given his extensive history of violence? Why wasn't the ankle monitor more closely monitored? Why couldn't police locate him despite multiple active warrants? Advocates for domestic violence victims said Brooks' case highlighted the inadequacy of protections available to women in abusive relationships. Restraining orders are often ignored. Ankle monitors can be removed. Jail time is shortened through plea deals. And police, overwhelmed with calls, can't always respond fast enough. Billy Devaney became an advocate herself. She spoke at vigils and community meetings. She called for changes in how the legal system handles repeat domestic violence offenders. She wanted stricter bond conditions, harsher penalties for violations, more resources for victims trying to escape. No matter how many years he spends in prison, she said, it will never bring her back. The legal proceedings took over a year. Devon remained in Franklin County Jail throughout, initially held on that $11 million bond, later held without bond at all. On Friday, June 28, 2024, Devon was arraigned on 9 charges in Franklin County Common Pleas Court. These included murder, involuntary manslaughter, domestic violence, and tampering with evidence. Unlike his earlier outburst, Devon said little during this hearing. He pleaded not guilty. Months passed as the case moved through discovery and pretrial motions. Devon's public defenders argued various points of law. Prosecutors built their case, collecting evidence, preparing witness testimony. Then in July 2025, more than a year after Brooks' death, Devon changed his plea. On Monday, July 21, 2025, Devon Blair appeared before a Franklin County Common Pleas Court judge and pleaded guilty. He admitted to 2 counts of involuntary manslaughter, 2 counts of felonious assault, and 1 count of strangulation. He pleaded guilty to killing Brooke Devaney. He pleaded guilty to killing her unborn son, Abe. The judge sentenced him to 36 to 51.5 years in prison for those charges. Additionally, Devon received 2 more years for a previous domestic violence case in which he had spit on Franklin County Sheriff's deputies. The total sentence 48 to 53.5 years. Devon will be eligible for parole after 48 years. By that time, he will be in his 70s. Brooke would have been in her late 60s. Aiden would have been approaching 50. During the sentencing hearing, Devon spoke. He started with an apology to Brooke's family. They've been nothing but good to me, he said. And I think about what I've done every day and every night, and I'll probably think about it for the rest of my life. I know actions have consequences. I'm fully prepared to pay mine. But for Brooke's mother, no apology could ease the pain. She stood before the court and spoke about the devastation her family had endured. This is something I wouldn't wish on anyone. Ever, she said. Domestic violence needs to be taken more seriously. Repeat violent felons and their actions need to be taken more seriously in the justice system. The house on Parkwick Drive is quiet now. Brooke's bedroom, the place where she spent her final moments, has been emptied. Her cat Cheeto is cared for by family. Her hoodies are boxed up, saved as memories. The nail polish bottles she used to create tiny works of art sit unused. Her parents visit her grave. They bring flowers. They talk to her as if she can hear them. They tell her they miss her every single day. They tell Aiden they love him, even though they never got to meet him. Brandon, her older brother, carries the weight of that Sunday morning. He was in the house. He heard the fighting. He heard the terrible silence. He will carry those sounds for the rest of his life. Friends who gathered at Columbus Prep Academy continue to remember her. They share photos on social media marking the anniversary of her death. They advocate for domestic violence awareness, hoping that Brooke's story will save someone else. Abby Devon's previous victim speaks publicly about her experience. She tells other women trapped in abusive relationships that they are not alone, that help is available, that leaving is possible, even when it feels impossible. And Billy continues to fight. She attends city council meetings. She speaks at fundraisers for domestic violence shelters. She pushes for legislative changes that would protect future victims. She refuses to let her daughter's death be in vain. Across Columbus and across the country, Brooke's story is one of thousands. Domestic violence kills approximately 3 women every day in the United States. Some cases make the news. Most don't. Some perpetrators are caught. Many aren't. Some systems work to protect victims. Many fail. The signs are always there. The escalating violence, the threats, the stalking, the isolation, the cycle of abuse and apology and abuse again. Friends and family see it. Neighbors see it. Sometimes even strangers see it. But seeing is not the same as stopping, and awareness is not the same as action. Among Brooke's approximately 20 tattoos, one phrase stands out in retrospect. Everybody dies, but not everybody lives. It was a statement of intention, a reminder to herself to embrace life fully, to experience everything, to squeeze joy from every moment. Brooke lived that philosophy. She was described as outgoing, brave, compassionate. She lit up rooms, she made people feel loved, she prepared to welcome a baby into the world with excitement and hope. She lived in the truest sense of the word. Even though her life was cut devastatingly short, she lived, and now her story lives too. It lives in the purple balloons released at vigils. It lives in the advocacy work. Her mother continues. It lives in the conversations sparked about domestic violence, about system failures, about how we protect the vulnerable. Brooke's story is a warning. It's a call to action. It's a reminder that love should never hurt, that violence always escalates, that leaving an abusive relationship is the most dangerous time. If you recognize yourself in Brooke's story, if you see patterns of control and violence in your own relationship, please know that help exists. The National Domestic Violence Hotline is available 24 hours a day at 1-800-799-7233. Local shelters exist in every state. Friends and family, even if you feel you've burned those bridges, are often more willing to help than you imagine. And if you're on the outside, if you see someone trapped in the cycle Brooke was trapped in, don't look away. Make the call. Offer help. Be persistent. Sometimes that intervention saves a life. Brooke Tyler Devaney was 19 years old when she died. She loved her cat Cheeto. She loved doing nails. She loved her hoodies. She was excited about becoming a mother. She had a radiant smile and a beautiful soul. She made rooms stop simply by entering them. She deserved to live. Eden deserved to be born. The future they should have had was stolen in a few violent minutes on a June morning. We remember them by telling their story. We honor them by doing better. By building systems that actually protect victims. By believing women when they report abuse. By not letting perpetrators cycle through the system unchecked. By teaching young people what healthy relationships look like. By refusing to accept violence as inevitable. Everybody dies, but not everybody lives. Brooke lived. Let her memory be a light in the darkness. Let it guide others toward safety, toward help, toward hope. Please, I'm just putting it out there. If you're still awake and listening, drop a comment. Let me know where you're tuning in from, the time in your part of the world, or just say something to let me know you're still with me. And of course, if you haven't already, like this video and subscribe so you don't miss the next true crime story for sleep. Now, let's move on to our fourth story. Story 4. Tonight we're traveling to rural Wisconsin, to a quiet farmhouse on Kunesh Road, where a woman vanished one April night in 2013. This is a story about secrets, about the lies people tell, and about a family's relentless search for truth. Let the details wash over you as we explore what happened to Victoria Prokopovits. The spring evening of April 25, 2013, began like any other in the Prokopovits household. The farmhouse sat on a rural property in Pittsfield, Wisconsin, surrounded by outbuildings and fields. The kind of place where neighbors were few and the nearest lights were distant stars. Inside, Victoria Lynn Prokopovits went about her evening routine. She was 59 years old, a woman who had survived more than most. Her body bore the scars of battles fought and won. A woman marked by life's difficulties but still standing. Victoria, who went by Vicky to those close to her, was 5 feet 6 inches tall and weighed 117 pounds. Her hair was a blondish brown, cut short and practical. She had brown eyes that had seen both joy and sorrow. On her body she carried tattoos that told stories. a rose on her breast, a skunk on her hip. But more than these visible marks, Victoria carried invisible wounds. She had battled depression for years, and her body had been weakened by a fight with colon cancer. Though she had beaten the cancer, the illness had left her frail, sometimes requiring a cane to walk. She was not the kind of woman who could simply disappear into the night without a trace. That evening, Victoria wore gray stretchy pants, a black and white shirt, a white coat, and black shoes with a stacked heel. She was in her home with her husband James, and her adult son Wesley Edges. Wesley was her child from a previous relationship, a young man who had lived through his own traumas and remained close to his mother. According to James Prokopovich, he last saw his wife at 10 o'clock that night. He claimed he went to bed in their shared bedroom, leaving Victoria somewhere in the house. But when he awoke at 4 in the morning, Victoria was gone. Her purse sat untouched, containing everything she would need: her identification, her money, her cigarettes. Victoria was a heavy smoker, the kind of person who wouldn't leave home without her cigarettes. Her cell phone remained behind. Her dentures, which she wore every day, were still in the house. She had taken nothing but the medication she needed for her health conditions. James said he searched for her. He said he panicked, driving the rural roads looking for any sign of his wife. Then, according to his account, when he couldn't find her, he went to work. He loaded paper waste onto trucks, the job he'd held for years, acting as though nothing unusual had happened. His co-workers noticed nothing different about his demeanor that day. He never mentioned that his wife was missing. It wasn't until that afternoon, when James returned home from his shift, that he finally called the Brown County Sheriff's Office to report Victoria missing. By then, she had been gone for more than 12 hours. When deputies arrived at the rural farmhouse, they found something peculiar. James's bed was meticulously made, the covers smooth and tight, not looking as though anyone had slept there. There were no shoe prints in the soft soil around the property, meaning Victoria could not have walked away from the house. A canine dog searched the grounds and found nothing. Victoria Prokopovich, a woman too weak to walk far distances, a woman who didn't know the area well, a woman who left behind every possession that mattered to her, had simply vanished. In the days and weeks that followed, Victoria's children threw themselves into the search. Her daughters, Marcia Loritz and Stacy Deere, organized volunteers, distributed flyers, and walked every trail and field they could find. Wesley, her son, retraced his mother's life, looking for any clue that might explain where she had gone. Friends joined the effort. Strangers showed up to help. Search and rescue teams combed the rural landscape. But one person remained notably absent from these searches: James Prokopovich, the last person to see Victoria alive, rarely participated. When volunteers gathered to plan their next search area, James would sit in his recliner, drinking beer, making comments that chilled those who heard them. "You're wasting your time," he told searchers. "You'll never find her." He said Victoria was dead, that she was never coming back, that everyone should stop looking. His daughter from a previous marriage, Lisa Masty, later testified about her father's strange behavior. She remembered how quickly he seemed to move on. The weekend after Victoria disappeared, James told Marcia he was planning to get a U-Haul to come and get this stuff out of the house, referring to Victoria's belongings as though she were already dead and gone. He became angry when searches continued, hostile toward those who refused to give up hope. Victoria's children noticed other troubling signs. Just 4 months after their mother vanished, James removed her from his medical and dental insurance, converting his family plan to an individual policy. When asked about this, he showed no emotion, no concern for what it might mean if Victoria were still alive somewhere, needing medical care. He seemed eager to close the book on his wife's life. And then there was the relationship that seemed to bloom impossibly fast. Just weeks after Victoria's disappearance, James announced he had reconnected with an old girlfriend, a woman named Catherine Friday, who went by Kathy. He claimed they had bumped into each other at a casino, a chance encounter that had rekindled an old flame. But the timing troubled Victoria's children. How could someone move on so quickly? How could a man whose wife had vanished without explanation begin dating again before her body had even been found? Kathy Friday had known James Prokopovich years before, during a different chapter of his life. She was 68 years old, a woman who had recently lost her longtime boyfriend, Marv, to natural causes in November of 2012. She lived in Curtis, west of Wausau, with her adult children. To those who knew her, she seemed like a woman trying to rebuild her life after loss. But Kathy's daughter, Jennifer Friday, noticed something was wrong. Her mother, who had always been close and open with her children, became secretive about her relationship with James. She wouldn't share details, wouldn't explain how they had met, acted strangely when Jennifer asked questions. Concerned, Jennifer looked up James Prokopovich online and discovered something that made her blood run cold. His wife was missing. His wife had vanished just weeks before her mother started dating him. Jennifer called the investigators handling Victoria's case. "Is there something I should be worried about?" she asked them. "My mother is dating this man, and his wife is missing." When Jennifer confronted her mother about Victoria, Kathy's response was chilling. She spoke with a coldness that Jennifer had never heard before. Kathy suggested that Victoria had probably attempted suicide, that there were lots of quarries and vegetation in the area around the Prokopovich's home. "Hopefully a hunter will find her," Kathy said, as though discussing a lost piece of property rather than a missing human being. Jennifer was struck by her mother's lack of empathy, by the casual way she dismissed the tragedy of a woman's disappearance. Later, Jennifer would testify that she believed her mother was repeating information James had given her, that these weren't Kathy's own thoughts but words planted by the man she was dating. As the months turned into years, James and Kathy's relationship continued, but it was built on a foundation of lies that would eventually crumble beneath them. Investigators never stopped working Victoria's case. They interviewed family members, friends, co-workers. They reviewed surveillance footage, phone records, financial documents, and slowly they began to notice inconsistencies in James's story. James had told them he searched for Victoria after discovering she was missing, that he drove to a nearby gas station looking for her, but surveillance footage from that gas station showed no sign of his vehicle during the time he claimed to have been searching. He said he had called Victoria on his way home from work the evening she disappeared, asking about dinner. Phone records showed no such call had ever been made. His bed appeared unslept in, contradicting his claim that he had gone to sleep at 10 o'clock that night. And there was his relationship with Kathy Friday. For years, both James and Kathy maintained the same story. They had reconnected by chance at a casino months after Victoria's disappearance. It was pure coincidence, a twist of fate. But phone records told a different story. They showed calls between James and Kathy, beginning just weeks after Victoria vanished. Calls that suggested a relationship that started much sooner than they admitted. 6 years after Victoria's disappearance, in May of 2019, investigators convened a secret John Doe hearing, a legal proceeding used in Wisconsin to gather evidence and compel testimony in criminal investigations. Both James and Kathy were called to testify under oath, and on May 8, 2019, in that courtroom, they repeated the lies they had been telling for 6 years. They swore under oath that they had met by chance at a casino, that their relationship had begun months after Victoria went missing. But that same day, after leaving the courtroom, both James and Kathy provided written statements admitting they had lied. The truth, they finally confessed, was that James had contacted Kathy about a month and a half after Victoria disappeared. They had met for coffee and began dating. They had lied, James explained, because he was concerned what people would wick if they knew he had started a relationship so soon after his wife went missing. During that John Doe hearing, James made other statements that would become crucial evidence. When asked about the sludge ponds he had access to through his work, he said, "I think if a body was put into the sludge ponds, it would never be found. I know that as I saw what happened to the deer that went in there." Later, in a moment of apparent frustration, he made a crude statement about wishing he could produce Victoria's body to protect Kathy. That day, both James Prokopovich and Kathy Friday were arrested. James was charged with first-degree intentional homicide, obstruction, and perjury. Kathy was charged with perjury, conspiracy to commit perjury, and obstruction. But Kathy Friday would never face trial for her crimes. In July of 2020, she pleaded no contest to the charges against her. Her sentencing was scheduled for November. On the day of her sentencing, Kathy Friday took her own life. She was 68 years old. Whatever secrets she held died with her. James Prokopovich's trial began in February of 2021, nearly 8 years after Victoria vanished. The prosecution called 44 witnesses over 7 days of testimony. It was a complex case. a puzzle assembled from circumstantial evidence, inconsistencies, and the testimony of those who knew what James had said and done in the years since his wife disappeared. Victoria's children took the stand, their grief still raw after so many years without answers. Wesley Edges, Victoria's son, testified about the last day he saw his mother alive. He described an argument between Victoria and James over a tablecloth, a petty disagreement that escalated. He remembered his mother's poor health, how she used a cane, how she hadn't been taking walks because she was too weak. He testified about arriving home at 4 in the morning on April 26th, pulling into the driveway at the same moment James pulled in. Wesley remembered James's exact words, "Mom's gone." When Wesley asked what he meant, James replied, "I woke up, she's not here." Wesley testified that James left the house briefly, supposedly to continue searching, but returned within about 15 minutes. James had previously told investigators that he and Wesley searched together, but Wesley said this never happened. James left for work and Victoria remained missing. Victoria's daughters, Marcia and Stacy, described their mother's mental health history. Honestly, yes, Victoria had attempted suicide twice in her past, but both attempts had occurred more than a decade before her disappearance. Victoria's psychiatrist, Dr. Shafak Med, testified that he had treated Victoria for 5 years. He said she suffered from anxiety and depression, but he never considered her to be actively suicidal at the time she disappeared. He also testified that Victoria had described her husband as abusive and controlling, that James wouldn't let her go to see doctors on her own. James's ex-wife, Darlene Ingalls, provided testimony about the kind of man James was. She described a pattern of abuse during their marriage: physical violence, choking, being grabbed by the arms. She testified about a time when James held a gun to her head during an argument. The pattern was clear. James Prokopovich had a history of violence against the women in his life. The prosecution called James's co-workers from his job at McKeefrey's, where he loaded paper waste onto dump trucks for transport to landfill sludge ponds. These men described the nature of the sludge they worked with. It was caustic, capable of burning or corroding skin. They described it as having the consistency of quicksand, unstable and dangerous. They couldn't always see everything in the loads they dumped. One co-worker testified that James was always the first one to arrive at the sludge ponds in the morning, that he had free access to the site. These sludge ponds became central to the prosecution's theory. They argued that James had disposed of Victoria's body in one of these industrial waste ponds, that the caustic chemicals would have dissolved tissue and bone, making recovery impossible. The ponds were too hazardous to search, too unstable to dredge. If a body had gone in, as James himself had suggested, it would never come out. Perhaps the most damaging testimony came from James's own words. 2 inmates who had been housed with James in jail at different times testified about conversations they'd had with him. One inmate said James told him he was 100% sure Victoria was dead, that her body would never be found. He said even if searchers did find her, there would be no blood or teeth, nothing to identify her by. The prosecution pointed out that Victoria's dentures had been left behind at the house. The jury watched video of James being interviewed by investigators. They saw his demeanor change when questioned about inconsistencies in his story. They heard him in a moment of apparent desperation shout, "Okay, I'll admit it. I killed her. Yeah, I killed her. Kathy had nothing to do with it." Then, immediately he walked it back, claiming he had only said it to try to protect Kathy, that he hadn't actually killed Victoria. The defense presented no witnesses. James did not take the stand. His attorney, John D'Angelo, argued that this was still a missing persons case, that without a body, without physical evidence, the prosecution had failed to prove murder beyond a reasonable doubt. He pointed to Victoria's mental health history, suggested she might have killed herself, or simply disappeared because she wanted to start over somewhere else. But the jury found the prosecution's case compelling. After 23 hours of deliberation, they returned with their verdict: guilty on all counts. First-degree intentional homicide with a domestic abuse modifier, 2 counts of perjury, 1 count of obstructing an officer. On May 26, 2021, James Prokopovich appeared in court for sentencing. Victoria's daughters, Stacy and Marcia, stood before the court to deliver victim impact statements, their voices breaking with emotion as they spoke about their mother. They begged James to tell them what had happened, to finally tell them where their mother's body was, so they could bring her home and give her a proper burial. They wanted closure. They wanted to be able to visit a grave, to have a place where they could go to remember their mother. James Prokopovich declined to speak. He offered no explanation, no confession, no final words. He maintained his silence, taking his secrets with him. The judge sentenced him to life in prison without the possibility of parole. At 75 years old, James Prokopovich would spend the rest of his days behind bars, convicted of murdering a wife whose body would never be found. Assistant District Attorney Wendy Lemquil spoke after the sentencing about the unique challenges of the case. This case is unique for not having a body, but not unusual, she said. She spoke about the biodegradable nature of the materials in the sludge ponds, about why they couldn't be dredged, about why a body placed there would never be recovered. She expressed gratitude to the jury for seeing through James's lies and holding him accountable. For Victoria's family, the verdict brought a measure of justice, but not the closure they desperately sought. 2,953 days had passed since Victoria disappeared, more than 8 years of not knowing, of searching, of hoping against hope that somehow their mother might still be alive. The guilty verdict confirmed what they had suspected for years. James had killed Victoria. He had taken her life and hidden her body so thoroughly that she would never be found. Victoria's daughter, Marcia Loritz, channeled her grief into action. She founded Wisconsin Missing Persons Advocacy, Inc., a nonprofit organization dedicated to helping other families navigate the nightmare of having a loved one disappear. Each April, she coordinates missing persons awareness events, offering child identification kits, internet safety lessons, guest speakers, and support for families still searching for their missing loved ones. Out of tragedy, she built something to help others, a legacy for her mother. But questions remain. Where exactly is Victoria's body? Did James dispose of her in the sludge ponds, as prosecutors theorized? Or is she somewhere else, perhaps on that rural property with its numerous outbuildings, somewhere searchers haven't looked? What happened in those hours between 10 o'clock on the night of April 25th and 4 o'clock on the morning of April 26th? What did Victoria and James argue about? Was it the tablecloth Wesley mentioned, or something deeper, something that pushed James to finally act on impulses he'd controlled before? We know certain facts. Victoria was frail, weakened by cancer and recovery from surgery. She used a cane. She wasn't capable of taking long walks, especially not at night through rural terrain with no streetlights. She left behind her cigarettes. And Victoria was a heavy smoker who wouldn't have left voluntarily without them. She left her purse, her money, her identification, her phone. She left her dentures. These are not the actions of someone planning to disappear. We know James lied repeatedly. He lied about searching for Victoria. He lied about calling her. He lied about how he spent that night. He lied about when he started his relationship with Kathy Friday. He admitted to lying under oath, admitted to conspiring with Kathy to get their story straight. He made statements about Victoria being dead, about her body never being found, about there being no blood or teeth to identify her. These are not the words of an innocent man confused about his wife's disappearance. These are the words of someone who knows exactly what happened, and we know about the pattern. The ex-wife who described abuse and violence, the psychiatrist who documented Victoria's reports of being controlled, of not being allowed to see doctors alone, the financial pressure, the medical bills James resented, the insurance he removed Victoria from just months after she vanished, the old girlfriend he was eager to reunite with. All these threads woven together create a picture of motive and opportunity. The jury saw this picture clearly. After days of testimony and nearly 24 hours of deliberation, they concluded that James Prokopovich had murdered his wife, disposed of her body, and lied for 6 years to cover his tracks. Victoria Lynn Prokopovich would have been 69 years old today. She never got to see her grandchildren grow up. She never got to pursue the healing she was working toward with her psychiatrist. Her life was cut short by someone who had promised to love and protect her. Her body has never been found. There is no grave for her children to visit, no final resting place where flowers can be laid. She exists now only in the memories of those who loved her, in the photographs her family still looks at, in the annual missing persons awareness events held in her honor. The rural property on Kungesh Road in Pittsfield still stands. The sludge ponds near Austin Straubel Airport continue to receive paper waste, their caustic contents slowly decomposing everything that enters. Somewhere perhaps Victoria rests, or perhaps she's somewhere entirely different, a location only James Prokopovich knows. He remains in prison, serving his life sentence, having never revealed what truly happened that April night. Kathy Friday is gone, having taken her own life before she could serve her sentence for the lies she told to protect him. The secrets they shared, the full truth of what occurred, may never be completely known, but Victoria's family continues to hope that someday, somehow, they might get the answers they deserve. They hope that James might finally develop a conscience, might finally tell the truth about where Victoria's body can be found. They want to bring their mother home. They want to give her the burial she deserves. They want closure. For now, they have justice. James Prokopovich will never walk free again. He will spend the rest of his life behind bars, convicted of the murder he committed. It's not the ending Victoria's family wanted, but it's the one they received, and so they continue to honor her memory, to speak her name, to ensure that Victoria Lynn Prokopovich is not forgotten. Her story is one of vulnerability and violence, of lies and persistence, of a family that refused to give up even when the person who should have been searching hardest told them they were wasting their time. It's a reminder that sometimes the most dangerous person in someone's life is the one who promised to love them. Let Victoria's story remind us to look out for those who might be suffering in silence, to believe people when they tell us they're being abused, to take action when we see warning signs, and let it remind us that even when someone disappears without a trace, even when their body is never found, the truth has a way of emerging, justice has a way of being served. Victoria Lynn Prokopovich, 59 years old, a mother, a survivor, a woman who deserved so much better than the fate she received. Though her body was never found, she was not forgotten. Her family made sure of that. Please, if you're still awake, let's move on to our last story. Story 5. Tonight we'll explore a story that asks difficult questions about the human mind, about pressure and about the moments when everything falls apart. This is the story of the Long family of Madbury, New Hampshire, a tragedy that unfolded in the summer of 2025 in a quiet town where neighbors knew each other by name. The details will unfold slowly, carefully, as we piece together what happened on Moharimet Drive. Take a deep breath and let it out slowly. Madbury, New Hampshire is the kind of place where children still set up lemonade stands on summer afternoons. A rural town of roughly 2,000 residents nestled in the seacoast region northwest of Portsmouth. It's the sort of community where a school psychologist is recognized at the grocery store, where families wave to each other from their driveways. On Moharimet Drive, a winding street lined with trees, the Long family had built what appeared to be a life of service and connection. Ryan Long, 48 years old, had dedicated nearly a decade of his life to the children of Oyster River Middle School. As a licensed school psychologist and board-certified behavioral analyst, he was known for seeing potential in every student who walked through his door. He understood what help each child needed, what would drive them toward their goals. Ryan's path to this work had been unconventional. In the early 2000s, he had worked in Hollywood, in the marketing industry with Sony Pictures. But something had called him back to New Hampshire, back to the University of New Hampshire, where he'd earned his bachelor's and master's degrees. He pursued advanced degrees in mental health counseling and psychology, eventually earning his doctorate from the University of Southern Maine. Those who knew him spoke of a man who was part of the fabric of the community, a go-to person for advice on matters concerning children, someone who touched countless lives simply by showing up, by listening, by caring. His wife Emily, 34 years old, had grown up in Madbury. She was the daughter of Christopher Hobson, a teacher at a local elementary school, and Cynthia Dodge Hobson, a speech pathologist. They appeared to be a tight-knit family with deep roots. Emily's mother often posted on social media about how much she loved her daughters, sharing snapshots of family trips to Singapore and Italy. Emily had attended the University of New Hampshire, graduating with a degree in hospitality management. She'd built a career in restaurant operations, eventually becoming the director of operations for Wingett's, a local chain of chicken wing restaurants with locations in Dover, Hampton, and Newmarket. Together, Ryan and Emily had 3 children, Parker, 8 years old, full of the energy that boys his age possess. Ryan, 6 years old, named after her father, learning to navigate the world with the curiosity that comes naturally to children. And James, a toddler of 3, still discovering the wonder of language and movement. Neighbors would later remember seeing the children selling lemonade outside their home. They'd remember Emily as nice as could be when you spoke with her. They'd remember a family that seemed from the outside to be navigating life like everyone else, with its challenges. Certainly, but also with its moments of joy. But beneath the surface of this picture, pressures were building. Pressures that most people never saw until it was far too late. In April of 2025, Ryan Long received news that would alter the trajectory of his family forever. He was diagnosed with glioblastoma, an aggressive, often fatal form of brain cancer, the most common malignant brain tumor in adults. Glioblastoma is as cruel as it is relentless. Most patients survive less than 2 years from diagnosis, and the disease brings with it a cascade of challenges: cognitive changes, physical decline, and the slow erosion of the person you once knew. For Emily, this diagnosis meant watching her husband transform. It meant becoming a caregiver while still being a mother to 3 young children. It meant reconciling with the fact that the future they had planned together was dissolving. She turned to TikTok as an outlet, creating a profile that identified her as a mother of 3 and a brain cancer wife. She began posting videos that she described as her personal diary. Cheaper than therapy, as she put it. She accumulated nearly 8,000 followers, people who watched as she documented her family's journey through this brutal experience. In these videos, Emily spoke with a raw honesty that resonated with viewers. She talked about navigating glioblastoma as a spouse and a mom, taking it one brutal day at a time. She mentioned that dark humor would be included, because if she didn't laugh, she would cry. She described feeling overwhelmed, stretched thin, unable to leave her husband alone as his condition worsened. The comments on her videos were filled with support from strangers who saw themselves in her struggle. But behind the camera, the stress was mounting in ways that even her most devoted followers couldn't fully comprehend. In one video, Emily mentioned selling Ryan's truck, noting that they could use the money for other purposes. Medical bills, perhaps. Daily expenses. The costs of terminal illness extend far beyond hospital stays and prescriptions. The videos grew more somber as spring turned to summer. Emily described weeks that were so hard, times when she felt beat, when they were all so beat. She talked about feeling depressed, stuck in a rut, withering away. She acknowledged that she needed help and hoped she would be ready to seek it before it was too late. In her final video, posted on a Sunday in mid-August, Emily appeared while driving, wearing mirrored sunglasses that hid her eyes. She talked about her children, how they were definitely struggling. She described a planned get-together that day with neighborhood friends, emphasizing the need for her kids to socialize. She spoke about making a point to get out of her depression, to create normalcy for her family. She talked about trying to get dressed in proper clothes more often, about being determined to establish healthy routines. It was a video about trying, about pushing forward when everything feels impossible, about the determination to keep going for the people you love. 2 days later, 4 members of the Long family would be dead. While Emily Long was sharing her struggles on TikTok, another crisis was unfolding in private, one that would only come to light after the tragedy. This wasn't the first time Emily had faced accusations of theft. A decade earlier, in the winter of 2016, police on Nantucket wanted to question a 24-year-old restaurant manager named Emily Hobson and her boyfriend. More than $11,000 had been drained from the bank account of Nick's, a brew pub on the island where the pair had worked until December. They'd been fired amid suspicions about a bout of cash and alcohol. Emily and her boyfriend had fled to Thailand, posting photos on Facebook of their tropical adventure. They hung out at fancy hotels in Bangkok, caught fish in the jungle, ate authentic dishes in bustling markets. Eventually, Emily returned to the United States. She was arraigned on multiple check forgery charges in Nantucket District Court that June. The outcome of those charges remains unclear in public records. Now, years later, married with a different last name and raising 3 children, Emily was facing similar allegations, but on a scale that was staggering. Derek Fisher, the owner of Wingett's, had grown concerned. Emily had worked for the company since 2018 and was involved with every aspect of the chain's finances. She was in charge of collecting cash from the restaurants, managing deposits, overseeing the company's financial operations. On June 18, 2025, Fisher and his bookkeeper noticed something disturbing. A large number of checks had been written to Emily herself. When they examined the records more closely, they discovered what appeared to be systematic theft stretching back to early 2023. According to Fisher's allegations, Emily had been taking cash deposits rather than depositing them into the company accounts. She'd also allegedly been writing checks to herself from the business bank accounts. When Fisher confronted her, asking her to accompany him to the bank to sort out the discrepancies, Emily said she couldn't. Fisher was understanding. Emily's husband had just been diagnosed with cancer. Surely there were explanations, pressures, circumstances he didn't fully grasp. They agreed to meet at the bank on August 5th. Emily sent financial documents, but they were missing pages and appeared unusual. The bank confirmed they'd been doctored and manipulated. They rescheduled the bank meeting for August 11th. Emily didn't show up. Instead, she sent Fisher a text message, offering him 3 options. He could fire her, she could resign, or she could stay on in a remote capacity. Later that same afternoon, Fisher alerted law enforcement agencies in Hampton, Newmarket, and Dover about the suspected embezzlement. The amount Fisher suspected had been stolen was shocking. Approximately $660,000 over nearly 3 years. The next day, August 12th, Emily sent Fisher another message. She apologized. Not for anything specific, just a simple statement that she was sorry. And then silence. On August 11th, the same day Emily didn't show up to the bank meeting, Hampton police opened an investigation into suspected embezzlement. Records confirmed they were investigating Emily Long, though the police file doesn't corroborate the specific dollar amount Fisher claimed.
What was Emily doing with the money?
Fisher said he honestly had no idea. The funds didn't seem to have gone toward visible luxuries or major purchases. There were no fancy cars, no lavish vacations documented on social media. Instead, there was a family struggling with a terminal illness, mounting medical expenses, and the ordinary costs of raising 3 young children in New England. For 6 days, Emily knew that authorities were aware of the allegations. 6 days of knowing that her carefully constructed world was collapsing. 6 days of wondering what would happen when the investigation concluded, when charges might be filed, when everything would become public. The early morning hours of Monday, August 18th, 2025 were quiet in Madbury. Most residents were asleep, unaware that tragedy was unfolding just houses away from their own. Inside the home on Moharimet Drive, Emily Long retrieved a handgun. What went through her mind in those moments? We may never fully know. Did she think about her husband's illness? About the life he would never have? Did she think about the allegations she was facing? About the investigation, about the shame and legal consequences that seemed inevitable? Did she think about her children's future without their father, about what their lives would become? The Attorney General's office would later state that it appears Emily took the handgun and caused the deaths of Ryan Long and 2 of her children, Parker and Ryan, before taking her own life immediately thereafter. Ryan Long died from multiple gunshot wounds. 8-year-old Parker died from a single gunshot wound to the head. 6-year-old Ryan died from a single gunshot wound to the head. Each was pronounced dead at the scene. Emily Long died from a single self-inflicted gunshot wound to the head. The autopsies would determine the manner of death for Ryan, Parker, and Ryan as homicide. Emily's manner of death was ruled suicide. 1 family member survived. 3-year-old James, the toddler, was found in the home physically unharmed. He was placed with family members, left to grow up with the weight of questions he's too young to understand, and may spend a lifetime trying to answer. A 911 call came in just before 8:30 that evening. Multiple people were reported dead inside the residence on Moharimet Drive. State troopers responded, spoke with the callers, and entered the home. What they found inside shattered a community. Bill Hall, a neighbor on Moharimet Drive, approached state police officers the day after the bodies were discovered. He offered to take in the family's dogs. As he walked through the neighborhood with one of the animals, he tried to make sense of something that defied understanding. He'd spoken with Emily just the week before. She'd been as nice as can be. There had been a child selling lemonade outside their home. Everything had seemed normal. Everything had seemed fine. The Oyster River Cooperative School District, which serves the communities of Durham, Lee, and Madbury, was preparing to begin the school year in just 1 week. Now they faced the task of helping students, staff, and families process an unthinkable loss. Ryan Long had been a beloved figure at the middle school, someone who devoted his career to supporting children through their struggles. Dr. Robert Shaps, the district superintendent, released a statement expressing the community's heartbreak. The district partnered with local organizations to provide mental health support. Counselors were made available. Plans were developed for how to talk to students about what had happened to Mr. Long, about grief, about loss, about the complexity of mental health. Todd Selig, Durham's town manager, spoke about how everyone had been touched in one way or another by this family. Everyone was heartbroken with the news. It was a shock, obviously. People were saddened, trying to come together to support each other. A vigil was held on Thursday evening. Community members gathered to light candles, to stand together in the face of something they couldn't fully process. Flowers and notes began appearing at the base of a tree on the Long family's property. One note read, "With love and so much support, your Oyster River neighbors." Religious leaders and town officials emphasized the importance of reaching out, of talking to someone if you're struggling, of not letting pain fester in isolation. They spoke about the warning signs of mental health crisis, about the resources available, about the importance of community in times of tragedy. In the days following the tragedy, researchers and experts on murder-suicide cases were asked to comment on what had happened in Madbury. Their observations provide context, though they can never provide complete answers. Dr. Catherine Keyes, a professor of epidemiology at Columbia University's Mailman School of Public Health, has studied murder-suicide cases across 30 states. In her research covering the years 2016 through 2022, she found that such events occur at a rate of approximately 0.45 per 100,000 people. It's extraordinarily rare. The figure has remained fairly stable over the past decade. New Hampshire, notably, had the lowest rate of murder-suicide among all the states studied. In more than 90% of murder-suicide cases, a male is the perpetrator. Firearms are used in more than 90% of cases, and fewer than 4% of such crimes have 3 or more victims. What happened in Madbury checked several of these boxes, but defied the pattern in one critical way. Emily Long was female, and she didn't just take the lives of her children. She also killed another adult, her husband. Dr. Laura Schwab-Reese, an associate professor in the Department of Public Health at Purdue University, co-authored a study on filicide suicide in 2022. Focusing on the differences between male and female perpetrators. When she examined the Madbury case, she noted it was very clearly different from what the research typically shows. In her study, covering 2013 to 2015, 1/4 of reported filicide suicide events were committed by women. All of the female perpetrators used a firearm to kill their biological children. But unlike what happened in Madbury, none of the women also took the life of another adult. Among female perpetrators in the research, relationship issues were the most common contributing factor, followed by mental health issues. But Dr. Schwab-Reese emphasized an important point. There are lots and lots of people who go through very similar situations and don't kill their children and themselves. There's often a combination of factors contributing to such a tragic outcome. The New Hampshire Attorney General's office issued a statement acknowledging that investigators were becoming aware of various concerns and issues ongoing in the Long household at the time of the event. They urged the public to avoid speculating that the tragedy was caused by a single reason or stressor. This is an important distinction. We want simple answers. We want to point to one thing and say, that's why it happened. The terminal diagnosis, the financial crimes, the mounting pressure, the mental health struggles documented on TikTok. But human tragedy is rarely so straightforward. It's the accumulation of pressure points, the way multiple stressors compound and interact, the moments when support systems fail or aren't accessed, the invisible tipping points that push someone past the boundary of coping. Emily Long was facing her husband's terminal illness. She was caring for 3 young children while watching her partner deteriorate. She was allegedly embezzling hundreds of thousands of dollars, creating a web of deception that was unraveling. She was publicly documenting her depression and struggles. She was isolated, exhausted, feeling herself withering away. Any one of these factors would be significant. Together they created a storm. There are questions about the Long family tragedy that may never be fully answered. They linger in the spaces between facts. In the gaps of understanding, what was Emily planning to do with the allegedly embezzled money? Derek Fisher said he honestly had no idea. There's no evidence of extravagant spending, no trail of luxury purchases or secret accounts. Did she truly intend to steal, or did desperation drive her to a series of decisions that spiraled beyond control? Was she trying to cover medical expenses, ordinary bills, the costs of life while managing a crisis? When did Emily make the decision to kill her family? Was it a long-considered plan or a sudden, irreversible impulse in the early morning darkness? Did she believe she was saving her children from something, from the pain of watching their father die, from the shame of her crimes becoming public, from a future she couldn't bear to imagine? Why did James the toddler survive? Was he simply sleeping in a different part of the house? Was he overlooked in the chaos? Or did some part of Emily decide that one child would carry on, would have a chance at a life she couldn't provide for the others? We're left with fragments. TikTok videos that tried to make sense of overwhelming stress, text messages apologizing without specifics, allegations of theft that were never adjudicated in court, a terminal diagnosis that would have taken Ryan Long's life regardless. Though not as soon and not in this way. We're left with a community forever changed. Students at Oyster River Middle School who lost a trusted adult. Neighbors who second-guess whether they should have seen signs they missed. Family members struggling to understand how their daughter, their sister, their loved one became someone capable of this. And we're left with James, now in the care of family, who will grow up knowing his mother, father, brother, and sister all died on the same night, who will eventually learn the full story, piece by difficult piece, and have to reconcile the mother who loved him with the person who committed these acts. If there's anything to take from the tragedy of the Long family, it's the critical importance of mental health support and the danger of suffering in silence. Emily Long was open about her struggles on TikTok. She told thousands of followers that she was depressed, that she felt overwhelmed, that she was trying to create normalcy but felt herself withering away. She said she hoped she'd be ready to seek help before it was too late. She acknowledged she needed help. But acknowledging need and accessing effective help are two very different things. What barriers stood between Emily and the support that might have changed this outcome? Was it stigma? Was it time? Was it not knowing where to turn? Was it the fear that reaching out would make her legal situation worse? That admitting the depth of her struggles would mean losing custody of her children? We may never know the answers, but we know that mental health crises can escalate quickly, particularly when someone is facing multiple compounding stressors: financial pressure, relationship strain, grief and anticipatory loss, the demands of caregiving, depression, isolation. These factors can create a perfect storm in which a person's capacity to cope is completely overwhelmed. The Suicide and Crisis Lifeline, reachable by calling or texting 988, exists for exactly these moments. Crisis counselors are trained to help people navigate the darkest thoughts, to provide immediate support, to connect individuals with resources. But knowing a number exists and actually making the call are two different things. There's a gap, a dangerous gap, between need and action. In the wake of the tragedy, mental health experts emphasize the importance of reaching out to someone you suspect is struggling. Don't wait for them to ask for help. Start the conversation. Be direct. Say, "I'm worried about you. I care about you. Let's figure out what support looks like together." For those in crisis, experts emphasize, you don't have to have all the answers before reaching out. You don't have to have your thoughts perfectly organized. You don't have to know exactly what you need. The act of reaching out itself is the first step toward finding a path forward. As we come to the end of this story, let's return to where we began, to the quiet streets of Madbury, to the community still processing this loss. Mohammed Drive, where children once sold lemonade and neighbors waved from driveways, has been marked by tragedy. The house where 4 people died stands as a reminder that we never fully know what's happening behind closed doors, that the picture-perfect family photo can mask profound suffering. The investigation into Emily Long's alleged embezzlement remains open, though the person at the center of it is gone. The questions about motive, about the money, about what exactly happened in those final hours, may never be fully resolved. What we're left with is a cautionary tale about the complexity of human struggle, about how mental health crises don't announce themselves with clear warning signs, about how someone can be reaching out and still not be heard. about how multiple pressures can converge into something catastrophic. 3-year-old James Long is the sole survivor of his immediate family. As he grows, he'll be surrounded by people who remember his father as a compassionate school psychologist. His mother is someone who tried to document her struggles. His siblings as children with bright futures ahead of them. Perhaps he'll also be surrounded by a community that learned from this tragedy, that takes mental health seriously, that reaches out when someone seems to be struggling, that understands the critical importance of support systems and intervention. The Long family's story is heartbreaking. It defies simple explanation, but it asks us to pay attention to the people around us, to the signs of crisis, to the moments when someone needs help, even if they don't ask for it directly. If you're struggling, please reach out. Call 988 for the Suicide and Crisis Lifeline. Talk to someone you trust. Take the first step, even if it's terrifying. And if you notice someone else struggling, don't look away. Don't assume someone else will help. Be the person who starts the conversation. Be the person who says, I see you. I care about you. You don't have to face this alone. Thank you for listening to tonight's true crime story. Rest peacefully knowing that another story awaits you next time, ready to accompany you on another journey toward restorative sleep. But if you're still awake, don't forget to like and subscribe so you don't miss our next true crime stories. And until next time, stay safe and take care. Good night.